Told you he was a spell guard. Yeah, it was like 10 of them. There we go. Yeah, I should blast this one out to the world. Alright, let's do this. And boom, we are live. What's up, everybody? It's G Mr. Drew welcoming you to another episode of the Andrew Gloszewski Experience. This is going to be episode 640, Lucky Cats. I'm just going to keep doing what And then almost ready. Make sure I got everything else going. I think we're good. So yeah. Let's just get into it. I already got all those references up, right? What did I leave off? Oh yeah, them funky spiky cats. Alright. I mean, like, the only thing I've been able to, like, really note from working on just kind of drawing all these cats is there's a bunch of different anatomy type. Like, they all have, like, different builds. It's crazy. Like, just like people. But the cats. I thought the biggest thing I was gonna run into was like the fur differences, like differences in like long hair, short hair. Haven't come across any no hair cats. Hmm. There we go. I don't know what this cat's tail is. I don't know. Hmm. Yeah, let's just do it. Hmm. looks so sad. Don't make any sense. Maybe something like that. I don't know. You know what? This one's worth drawing again. I actually like this one. I don't know if I'll draw 300. Maybe if I started on time. Two. Okay. So that's that. Yeah, Penguin's cool. You know, it's a show now. You know, and it's just a show now. You know, like TV shows have this, just like I'm doing a cat anatomy. These TV shows these days, they all have like this anatomy to storytelling. And it was like, as soon as I cracked that code, I just see the pattern, and I stopped watching a lot of things because of that. And yeah, so it's just like another show now, but it's still good. You know, when I was doing the episode breakdowns in episode 1, I was talking about the mom in the show, like Penguin's mom, and it was like, you know, they went down that road. And then like, what was it, episode 2 or 3, whatever one I was doing, like the last time I did like a breakdown on the stream here, I was talking about how like the kid like didn't belong in that area, and he was getting busted at the funeral, and I was like, he's getting busted because of what he looks like. And it's kind of like Penguin should have been like looking out for him in a way for him to like kind of fit in better and not get busted so obviously. And now that is like tilted, you know, now that's tilted on the other side, where now it kind of just seesawed. Oh yeah, they went and did everything that I figured they'd do. Then they did some other things, like just like the story developed in other ways that I kind of didn't anticipate or see happening and things like that. But now that those things have happened, I was like, oh, okay, so you know what I mean. This, that, and the other might happen with some of the other characters. Like you know what I mean. It's a good show. But yeah, like nothing has really developed to the point where even just like what I was talking about on episode 1, like all of that is still in play. You know what I'm saying? I just call these shows, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, right? Yeah, I got no days off. What's going on there? Well, that's a bummer. Why is that happening? They're gonna make me do it. Alright, give me a second. See if this works. Let me double check it here, just in case. Alright. So it says we're still alive. Should still be good. So what's going on here? So what happens if I just go over here? Nothing, right? Alright. We'll see. Sorry about that. Art's an everyday grind? Yeah, maybe. I just choose to keep at it, you know? There we go. Yeah, so they have this. It's just a cool pattern on this cat. Kind of want to. one of the concerns I expressed with the Penguin show in the beginning was glorifying a bad guy. Because based off of episode 1, it was like, oh, okay, so we're just following a bad guy. Much like Tony Soprano and The Sopranos and stuff. But he's just going to be dealing with a whole bunch of other bad guys. And I was like, man, how much are we going to lean into glorifying, like, him? What sort of ways that, if they're not just going to paint him out to be a complete scumbag, but, like, try to make him endearing. I was like, man, how they gonna do that? And I don't know, man. This latest episode kind of left off with a cliffhanger. That was like, oh, are they gonna go that route? Are they gonna do that? I was like, if they did that, it's gonna make people believe that the Penguin had every reason to do what he did. And I was like, oh no. You know what I'm saying? So what, do you watch anything? You got any good shows? Any good shows going on? I always like finding out about new stuff. I had on a previous stream, somebody else who like would pop in sometimes. They told me about this one anime that back when it had just started, it was like on its first episode. I forget what it's called now. It's like Kings and Kingdoms and the quest to be king, or to be the king of kings. I forget what it was called. Well, it was basically like this little kid who I think was a king already, and then he comes across like a bump in the road, like literally a bump in the road that like began talking to him or something like that, like on the first episode. And I stopped watching that show. Like, I didn't get through the first episode, but like I've heard like that show's still going on and it's doing well, and I was like, oh, go figure. Even though I don't watch it, it's interesting. It's interesting to know what like people are into. Ranking of Kings, yeah, exactly. Oh, now this is interesting. Oh. Hmm. Yeah, I heard about, or I saw just a picture, and I forget where I saw it, but yeah, I saw a picture of that, like it was a Yakuza thing, and I never I never knew about Yakuza or watched anything regarding Yakuza, played any Yakuza games. Like my older brother back in the Dreamcast days played Shenmue, and you know what I mean. It wasn't until I started watching playthroughs on Twitch of 8 Infinite Wealth, you know. Or I guess they're not calling it 8. You know what I mean. They put the 8 on its side and called it Infinite Wealth or something like that. But I think it's technically kind of Yakuza 8, and yeah, super cool series. I think the games are pretty interesting. So I watched that one, and now I'm currently watching someone go through Yakuza 0, which is interesting because I was like watching Infinite Wealth, you're 8 games deep. Apparently it was like a story that like carried along. So there's like a character, one of the characters, like a main character who's like been around for a minute. So now I'm going back and I'm watching a Yakuza 0 playthrough, and it's like it's that same character, but it's like when he got started. And Infinite Wealth was kind of like the ending for a character. So I was like, oh, okay, so I saw the ending. Now I'm watching like the humble beginnings with like the PlayStation 2 graphics, which is taking me back to the old days of playing like Grand Theft Auto 3 and Vice City and stuff like that. Yeah, Kiryu. So yeah, so like I just started getting into to those things. There's some funky games with a ton of like fun looking side games. It's pretty neat. But yeah, I saw something about like a TV show. So so it so it just got released then. So what I was saying was probably like the release of it then. Cause I figured they were just advertising it to like say like, hey, it's coming out, you know. But if it's already come out, oh, that's cool. Yeah, Kiryu's a cool character, man. I like him. I like that man's character. It's incredibly, and that's just it, isn't it? Like, I was gonna say, like Kiryu's the perfect type of perfect character type. That's he's a bad guy, you know, in quotes, but he's so moral and just and does the bad guy stuff so well. You know what I mean? Like he is the code of the code. And watching a show like Penguin, you know what I mean, is like the reverse of that. And it was funny in tonight's episode of Penguin, they tried to like kind of tackle that thing, but nah. Like there was literally a line in the episode tonight where he goes, you know what I mean, he's trying to prove that he has a code, you know. He's like, I got a code. And I wasn't convinced after what he said. You know what I mean? Because it was like this whole scene, and then after he's like, I got a code, and then, you know, there's the break and the silence, and he, you know what I mean, kind of sits down, and you're like, oh, he's about to drop it on us, you know what I'm saying? And he said what he said, and I was just like, nah. but it's a TV show, and so all the other characters there were just like, you know what I mean? They were like, yeah. Penguin did that. I'm like, mm-mm. You know what I mean? While I'm watching Penguin, I'm doing everything. I'm doing everything in my power to not be like, yo, I'm watching an HBO, you know, gangster show, and everyone has like a New York accent, or like a Jersey accent or something. And I'm trying to like constantly remind myself, I'm like, nah, this is a Batman show. This is the Penguin. This is Oswald Cobblepot. He's one of Batman's rogues gallery guys. Like, I'm constantly reminding myself while I'm watching that show. And then he, you know what I mean, he gets into all sorts of scumbaggery, and yeah. So to see like one show about gangsters and then a video game series, I guess that, you know, they're making a show now. It's also about, you know, gangsters and the underworld and all that stuff. You have a character like Kiryu, and then you have a character like the Penguin. It's interesting. I mean, you could literally tell the same story, and just with those two characters alone, they would be completely different series and TV shows, you know? Put them in the same story, same scenarios, same situations, same everything, and you'll have two completely different stories. It's wild. So yeah. And that's interesting because Kiryu's not like a rogues gallery character. Like there's been some things, or not even some things. There was a situation, a scenario in Penguin. I think it was in last week's episode, and I was just like, where's Batman? I was like, this situation right here, Batman should be here for this one. Like all the crime that's happening, you know, obviously they're not gonna have like Robert Pattinson like show up for no reason for 5 seconds. But I'm like, I don't know, what's going down right now is pretty heavy. Like, and pretty obvious and pretty out there and pretty couldn't be flying under Batman's radar right now. And I was like, where's the bat? So yeah, that's where when you have a protagonist like Kiryu, it's like you have that same exact situation happening, and you can see how Batman wouldn't get involved in that. Batman might be there and show up, but he might not do anything. He'd be like, "Oh dang, Kiryu's here, taking care, like handling business. All right." But yeah, that Yakuza series is super interesting. I don't know if like they all lean into Kiryu or not, or if like just a handful of them do. I remember when Infinite Wealth came out. I wasn't paying attention to like what people were saying, but there was like a lot of people saying like, oh, you got to play, these few games in order to get the story of Kiryu, and then you could play Infinite Wealth and then kind of be in the know a little bit better. And you didn't have to play like all the games. So I don't know if I'm like speaking for all of the Yakuza games, but from what I've seen with Infinite Wealth and Zero, I'm like, it's an interesting depiction of the Japanese underworld. What's that show on? Like what outlet or app or whatever is it on? Like if it's on Crunchyroll, I might be able to watch that joint. Yeah, see, this cat's super interesting. I'm enjoying drawing this one. I kind of like this cat's features for like what I'm working on. And the photo reference isn't bad either. It's like kind of lit cinematically. It's not just like a picture someone took at their house. Like a lot of these references are that I'm using. If you want to catch up, start Yakuza 0, then go to Song of Life, then Like a Dragon, then Like a Dragon Gaiden, then Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Oh, okay, so Like a Dragon is kind of like a trilogy. Interesting. So Yakuza 0, Song of Life, and then there's a Like a Dragon trilogy. So 5 games altogether, kind of tells Kiryu's story. That's crazy. Oh, streaming on Amazon. Man, I am still holding out on Amazon Prime. That's so crazy. I shouldn't be saying that on this platform. But I've had Amazon for so long, and I've been holding out on Prime for so long. And ever since I've been on Twitch, I'm like, is it gonna be the day? Is it gonna be the day? And it's never the day. Yeah, this one's interesting. I'm glad. I'm glad I picked this one up. Draw a little bit bigger, spend a little bit more time on it. I can't believe I think I've only ever drawn cats from memory. I don't think I've ever drawn cats to the point that I'm like studying them ever. Not that I've ever like drawn that many cats, but still, it's kind of crazy. like $130 a year, but my entire family uses the same account.
Dang, is that much? Yo, that's more than $10 a month. That is wild. Oh my god. It's starting to happen. I remember when people still had cable, satellite, yada yada yada. Like they had all those things. And then Netflix came out, and then like everyone started flipping, going over to the apps, specifically Netflix, in its infancy and all that. And then like as cable was like slowly dwindling over like a decade, now it's probably starting to come full circle where now cable is almost worth it. I almost always feel that way up until you walk into a place that has cable television playing on the TV. Like if you go to like, I don't know, some sort of business and they have like the TV playing and it's like regular cable television, and you run into the commercials and you're like, oh, that's right, that's what we're avoiding. Commercials on television is wild. I mean, commercials getting wild on apps and stuff too, but man, like, the commercialization monsters have slowly started catching up to everyone who abandoned the cable ship and jumped onto the apps. And now these apps is wild. This one's pretty dope. I like this. I enjoyed this one. At least I got one that I enjoyed out of all this. Let's keep it pushing. And see, when I do these studies, I never know. I never know if I should be like regulating myself or not as to what I draw, because I kind of just type in what I'm looking for, and then whatever it gives me, I'll just start drawing it, more or less. So I never know if what I'm drawing is really good, or if I should be like actually picking and choosing which cats I want to draw. Because I feel like if I skip one, it might be a missed opportunity, because I'm not looking for anything specific. Here we go. Something I was kind of thinking about doing when I started drawing these things that I kind of wanted to do tonight to kind of switch it up from last night's cat study is do like turnarounds. So like draw this pose, use this reference, and then like kind of do that character turnaround thing that I do, drawing the character from the side, from 3/4 angle, from the back, from the front. You know what I mean? Just draw the whole thing out. But I was like, man, I don't know if I even have enough information. You know what I mean? Like enough data just in my cabeza. You know what I'm saying? To be able to pull something like that off, I'd be doing that thing that I'm trying to avoid, which is just drawing off of memory. I ain't got no memories of cats, really. Yeah, so I don't know. That's kind of the whole point of doing this study. Is to figure out what it is that I need to be studying. When it comes to, you know what I mean, studying cats. There we go. Finally got one of the cat's thumbs. The little, what do they call it? A dew claw? Is that one claw that's way up on their leg? I was sitting there like looking for him for the longest time. I'm like, yo, where's the cat's thumb? Like, the thumbs be hiding. No way. Ads are on Amazon and Netflix. Yo. Yeah, I pay more for ad free. I kind of do that. But not with those apps. Like, I don't have those apps. Yeah, that was the thing. But then people started, once more apps came out, people started like closing their Netflix accounts. So in order for Netflix to maintain that revenue stream, they had to start accepting ads. A couple of big families, so we get our reward from streaming apps on Netflix. Well, that's cool. Could imagine paying for all these just for me to use them alone. Yeah. But that's what they expect from you. That's what they expect from everyone. It's pretty crazy. You know. But yeah. That's a whole can of worms, and it's a whole bag of cats trying to figure out all that stuff. Monopolizing on entertainment. You know, it's like I pay for just like YouTube Premium to cut out the ads, and then and Twitch, same thing, Twitch Turbo, in order to cut out the ads. Like, and you know what I mean, fortunately, at least with those, like, it actually works, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not coming across any commercials. But yeah, I would hate that. Like if I like jumped on my Netflix and went to go watch something and a commercial popped up. Oof. Like I remember when Hulu, was it Hulu? Yeah, when Hulu first came out, I used to watch the shows on there, and then they started charging for it one day, and I never watched Hulu again. But then I heard like they were still airing ads, so they just went from free to pay for it, but they changed nothing, something crazy like that. Now they've gone on to like make original series and all that stuff. Some of them are good, like the Castle Rock series, super good. The Wrong Man's is funny. It was like I was watching those when it was free. Yeah, entertainment's a different beast. And I don't even really quite understand how it all works. Like if my channel shows commercials or not. Like I don't think it does, just because I'm not at that level of like affiliate or whatever, something like that. So like I don't know if that's something that happens on my channel or not. I feel super bad. Someone had to come on here and like watch, like bump into commercials every now and then. Or if like that's something that comes with affiliate. And then once I'm there, there's like the options. Like I just don't know how it works yet, just because I don't think the opportunity's presented itself. Just because, you know. It's just us here. Man, this is like one of those cats from that movie. The Aristocrats. These are like those twin cats, those little troublemakers. trying to see if that's the cat's ear or if that's the background. The cat's like the same color as the background. I can't. Whatever. Yeah, I can barely determine like the cat from the background. It's a little bit of a struggle city over here. Yeah, man. All these cats super different from each other. amazing that I'm not like running into the same patterns at all. I'm not talking about the coats. Huh. Yeah, that's crazy. Siamese cats. Yeah. Yeah, people think a lot of things. Because I do like so many things, like as far as like working on environments, so I'll stick onto an environment. If I work on a map, it'll take like a few weeks, you know what I mean, to work on the map, or even longer. So then people will like join the stream because they're really liking me work on a map. But then it's like, okay, now I'm gonna work on the characters in this map, and then I start like diving into like monsters and, you know what I mean, drawing characters and stuff like that. And then the map people will tune out and I'm working on characters, so then people will tune in, not necessarily for drawing the characters, because people are often drawing characters or character type things most of the time, you know what I mean? Some people just think that I'm just drawing, and they're like, oh, that's cool. Or I'll do like a study, uh, and sometimes the studies, like how I'm doing a cat study right now, and yeah, like I did uh, a weapons study in the past, and it took a while. I did an airplane study. It took a while. So it's funny. You're absolutely right. People people might think that, but that's kind of like why I'd be like, you know, that's why I'm like try to explain it as I'm like going through it, especially in the beginning. And then how the arms and the shoulders are working, you know what I mean? Like where all of the kind of information is located. Not so much the shadows, but the shadows help with like the fur. So it's like, okay, I want to like look at the fur and stuff like that. And because you have the short hair, medium hair, long hair cats, like it's all changing. But then even like their shapes are changing. Like look at this cat's kind of, you know, collar aside. This cat's neck isn't as long as this cat's neck, you know? And then this cat seems to have like a smaller head. And then again, the arms and the shoulders are kind of falling differently, just a little bit. And then the legs, especially like down here, this cat looks like the Grinch. You know what I'm saying? Like it has like some weird thing going on, and it might just be a perspective trip, but I'm not exactly sure. You know what I'm saying? And then this cat, because that kind of, the reference I was using kind of had like a professional lighting, like it had like 2-3 light sources on it, and it also had a pattern, but then it also had like the long hair, so it had like a lot of information. And it was kind of interesting to see where the pattern gets cut out by the light. So normally there would be stripes here, but because of all this like hot light hitting it from the side, like it kind of took all of that out. It's just interesting. So it's like trying to see how the fur fell, because like I had like a firm idea in my head, like there was like a particular anatomical design that I could follow and just apply to any and all cats, regardless of head size, neck size, you know, the way that you know what I mean, pattern, shades, short hair, long hair, like all that stuff. I was like, there's definitely like an element that I can just kind of apply across the board to all these different cats. But I'm not seeing it. Mind you, I'm working on like all wildly different varieties of cats, but still, it's like, you know what I mean? Like even their heads are shaped differently, where like this cat kind of has like a longer snout, you know what I mean? And then this one, I was like, yo, the face is kind of like sunken in. Same thing with this one, like it doesn't have that much snout. So now it's like, okay, like I'm not coming across anything where I'm like, this is definitely something I can continue to draw. Like even this cat here has like this weird head, where even the head's not circular, it's pretty kind of oval like, and then it still has like a snout. You know what I mean? Like a longer snout. And it's just like, whoa. Like none of these other cats look like this. Even the one with the longer snout just does not look like this. I'm trying to see where like the front face is, as opposed to like whatever. And something that I wasn't really expecting is they kind of have a small jaw. Like I wasn't expecting that. Like it's funny that their jowls or whatever are bigger than their jaw. Like that's something that I wasn't expecting. So it's like I'm running into a bunch of information here that's just like, whoa. It's not anything that I thought I could just kind of apply across the board. That way when I go to draw my own things, I don't have to like look at references or anything like that. I kind of have like a go-to, you know, safe design structure that I could draw from left, right, top, bottom, front, back, whatever. But yeah, this is all, it's crazy. But that's why I do these studies, you know? It's because it's like, there's a lack of information, so I need to go out and find it. And then, like, by going out and trying to find the information, I learn, like, all these other things. It's like that one debacle. Like, the only thing that I know is that I know nothing at all. It's like, the more you learn, the more you just learn how much you don't know anything. It's kind of like running into that. So I came into this like, or even last night, came into this study being like, all right, I kind of have this idea of what the design is because I've been working on in my side sketchbook. and I've been following a pattern, you know what I mean? And I'm just like, okay, I'm even starting to turn the characters around and stuff, but I'm like, I should probably do a cat study. And now it's just blowing all of that out of the water. See, like, this cat doesn't look like any of the other cats. It's really crazy. Yeah, it's just that small jaw that's really throwing me off. How it goes from like neck to this like little tiny jaw. And then bigger than I thought jowls. And then the jawline doesn't even like cut back to the cheeks. But then the cheeks aren't even really connected to the jowls either. Like there's just like a mystery going on right here. That's like kind of like this meaty, fleshy area on us. Except they have fur. So there's even more like, you know, fuzziness happening, pun intended, with like what's actually happening in the anatomy. That's why people usually, when they do anatomy studies, they'll start with the skeleton, because at least all these cat skeletons are more or less look alike. But yeah. Right. Yeah, for sure. There's definitely more to learn. But like when I try to learn something, it's always about learning like something random that I don't even know how to explain. Like I was saying, like this little area right here on the cat face, from like the jowl to the cheek to like this jaw that's underneath and in the neck. And it seems like from what I was drawing on my own in that side sketchbook, compared to this study, the only thing that I kind of really grasped is like this weird fleshy part where the hind legs connect to the body. Like that was like the last thing I started focusing on when I was working in that book. And I was like starting to focus on that part because I was like, oh right, you know what I mean? Like cats, big cats, whatever, they all have that like extra skin here. That's a lot like a webbing of like where the thumb connects to the index finger. That you have like this weird like little bit of webbing here. So their hind legs have the same thing where there's like that webbing that'll run up to the back. So I just started like kind of thinking about that while I was working on what I'm working on in there. And that's the only thing that I'm looking at here, and I'm like, okay, like I was pretty much there with those designs and trying to capture that and all that good stuff. Which is kind of important, you know, you see me draw characters, you see how like I'll put them in like funky poses and angles and all that stuff, so it's kind of important to be able to capture that stuff. But I thought I had like so many more things already established. For instance, like face aside, like even where the neck connects to the body. I was like, oh yeah, it's for sure gonna work out a certain way. And I'm not seeing it. And like the way that the shoulders are, the front arms, the front legs, whatever you want to call them, like they don't I'm not getting what I thought I would out of it. So it's like, okay, so I kind of got to like focus on that stuff. See, I gotta get these eyes right. I think what's happening is because all these cats are like looking upwards, the eyes are shaped like prospectively, like odd. Instead of like a cat looking directly at you, the eyes would be shaped kind of like how you imagine the cat's eyes going. But but yeah, I think because a lot of these cats are like looking up, their eyes, like the brow on the eye is just shaped different. And I'm even starting to consider like what the below the eye. And I'm wondering if I could find like a shape in there. You know what I mean? Because it is definitely not the same shape as if like the cat was like looking at you. Like looking directly at you. See, when they're looking up like that, their brow kind of goes up and it almost gives like this sorrow look. But I'm looking at the cat, I'm like, the cat don't look sad. But I'm drawing it, I'm like, it looks sad. It's like the kind of dumb things I run into working on these things. Yeah, I think even this sketch circle gets in the way of things. see like this cat has like some weird like zip going down the front of it. I haven't seen that on any of the other cats at all. And the only thing I wasn't anticipating, really, but I'm seeing it, like it's the one thing I am seeing in every picture, is the feet, the hind feet, and how like the fur folds over the feet here. So it's like they're on their hind feet, but they're still kind of like sitting on their butt. And like all, like their entire leg like collapses on top of that. That's something I'm not really prepared to draw. Because it's not helping me. It's not helping me for what I want to do. Yeah. Yeah, that's the whole thing, man. Is just to get to a place where I'm like I can draw it, you know. So yeah, the feet look weird, you know. They're like little pigs in a blanket or something, you know. It's like what am I drawing over here? what am, what am I drawing? Hmm. Yeah, there's another cat that's kind of blending into the background. I think the face is kind of like a little bit more rounded out over here, but I just can't see it because it's like white on white. There's no shade or highlight to break this cat's face up from the background. Yeah, even this cat's coats. Like I'm seeing the anatomy in there where I'm like, okay, this is, you know what I mean, this is the chest, here's the ribs, here's the stomach area. Like I could see all that. But it's like I guess it's the fur, you know what I mean? And then I guess the cat itself. But like that pattern that I'm looking for, I'm not finding it. here. Why doesn't this look like that? Yeah, that might have been it. It's just this part of the face you can't see because it's like white on white. I'm like, what's going on there? Like, I see a cat, but when I'm drawing what I see, I'm not seeing I'm not seeing a cat in my drawing. Man, that sounds like some Wu-Tang. See if I can really get this eye shape going. See, like that looks right. It's just a funny shape, but I guess it's the same principle. And I guess when I have like space or the side, you know, drawing it at the sides, that way I can actually get the detail in there. See, that looks like a cat. That looks like a cat. It's just the inability to catch the detail. Let's see if I can find ones that aren't sitting down. You know what I mean? I think I need to like find some where there's at least an attempt to stand up. Something that I'm thinking about a lot while I'm working on this is what's his name? Genji. Not to be confused with Junji Ito, but just Junji. You know, I'm like drawing these cats and thinking about all the times he drew. I mean, all the times he just drew anything. That man could draw anything and everything perfectly. You know what I need to do? Yeah, let me not do that. That's already gonna go down. Okay, let's do this. Like that. Somewhere like that. Okay. But yeah, thinking about like all the times he drew like tigers in kimonos and stuff like that. And how even though it was onomatopoeia, even though you know what I mean, like he was giving animals that human feature, he still made the animals look like animals. And you know what I mean, with very little to no change to the actual clothing that they were wearing. It's extremely impressive. You know, as I struggle over here. See, like this cat's looking like a dog. He's got that long snout. Now it looks like a cat. You know what I need to do? I need to watch that movie. I got like the Ghibli movie collection, and he did this one. I should watch Aristocats if I can somehow, some way, and then I should watch Return of the Cat, something like that. It was a good movie. You know, those Ghibli movies, he'll like tour them around the country, going from like, you know, movie theater to movie theater. And Return of the Cat was one of them that I saw. Porco Rosso was another one. Pomopoko was another one. Like, you know what I mean? I try to catch those whenever I can. But yeah, Return of the Cat got a ton of cats in there. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, rest in peace, Junji. He had like an entire production. I don't know if you're familiar with the guy or not, but he was an artist. Vietnam, Taiwan. I forget where he's from, but he had like a whole production going on in his studio, and you know what I mean, he unfortunately passed away, and I was kind of worried about his you know, what was going to happen with his production studio company, because you know they all worked together all the time. So you know, even though I would like sit there and watch him and his work, and you know, I was always wondering what was gonna happen with everyone that he was working with and that worked for him and all that. And it seems like they found something, man. Seems like they really figured it out what to do. They're kind of continuing his legacy as far as like the work that he did and how he did it. But they put other artists in place of him. You know what I mean? Of course, because you know, he's not here. So, but he's like a legendary artist, and I'm certainly not his only fan. And so you know, they put like other artists, like even other artists that like I follow and stuff, in with their whole production that they have going, and then those other artists kind of seemingly do what he did, and it seems like they just continued the production, continued the legacy. Like, it's beautiful to see that it like didn't end. Dang, man, I definitely did not draw this correctly. Let me see if I could do this. That's what I was worried about, working from the bottom up. Cause this cat got this like long old neck stretched out like that. So yeah, that guy, he could just draw anything, right? You name it, didn't matter what it was, he could just draw it. Like it was real and right there in front of you. Didn't matter what you wanted. But the thing that he was doing that caught my attention was he was doing these wall murals where he would just start drawing on, you know what I mean, it might have been paper on the wall, but you know what I mean, just drawing on walls or drawing on scrolls along the wall. And yeah, this is wrong right here. And he would like just draw and until eventually you saw he was like kind of making out a scene. Everything in perspective, everything thematically in place, you know, between, you know, characters, props, environments, you know, drawing a story. You know, you could see the relationships and the groups of people or animals. There was a lot of animals. You know what I mean? A lot of onomatopoeia type stuff. And yeah, he would just draw out these whole scenes with ink, no take backs. See, I'm like erasing over here. Like he would just one shot it every single time. It was nuts. You know, I met him once and, you know, got to shake his hand. It was pretty cool. Really quickly. He was busy. But I think I seen him live. And I watched him do that for like a little bit at some convention. But yeah. It's real interesting that his team still has the same thing going on, and so they're putting all these other artists in, and they're doing what he would have ultimately been doing, which is just kind of freestyling, inking, drawing, you know, on a large paper on a wall or something like that, or just drawing on the wall, and live streaming it, or just video recording it, editing it, breaking it down, doing it live performance in front of an audience, like doing everything that he did, but now they're just putting other artists in there to do it, and it's just cool to see. So yeah, drawing all these cats got me thinking about him. And he's like, dang, man. Like, I get it. You draw something a lot. You get good at drawing it. You could just kind of draw it. Like, it's everything that I'd be talking about, but still. To draw everything that much? Man. Whisker Away? Is that a thing? Is that like a movie? Yeah, no idea. No idea. Like, he would do live streams, right? He would host these live streams. But he had an interpreter that would monitor the chat. And then you would just see his drawing. You wouldn't really see him. Or maybe, yeah, they had a camera on him, a camera on his drawing. But they had he would never like address the camera, really. You know what I mean? He would just sit there and draw. And then he had an interpreter that would chat it up with the chat. And, you know, interpret and relay questions his way and things like that. But then he also had like a staff and everything, so there was like like a guy that would help him get the supplies he needed when he needed them, and kind of like just the kind of gopher type things, so that way he could just sit and draw. And then, like, you know, with the production going on in this one room, probably had like a handful of people in there. It's pretty crazy. And yeah, he would just kind of just sit there and draw like That's so crazy that a guy could like cats so much that a girl would turn herself into a cat. That's wild. Know how much of a good life that girl's setting herself up for? Like all she has to do is hang around and be a cat. So I wonder what happens. Like, what's the moral of the story? Does she have to like turn herself back into a human, or does the boy end up like turning into a cat or something? Or that is a wild story. That's actually kind of neat. Seeing the paws from underneath like this. You can see the little toesy woesies in there. The little pad. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh my god, he confides in the cat. Oh dang, cause yeah man, she crept up on him, man. Deceit and lying, man. That's that is a relationship no. You can't do that. It's crazy. That's a bummer. Does he end up like forgiving her? You know what I mean? Does she like kind of correct whatever happens? Or is it just like it backfires and she learns her lesson, but he moves on? Oof. That's a little bit sad. But yeah, man, that's so deceitful. He's like, oh my god, you've been lying to me this whole time? You're not a cat? Like, like, you this bad girl this whole time? You're not a cat? You know my secrets? Oh no. He's like, how would you know that? I've only ever told that one cat. Oh no. Oh. Okay, maybe it's a comedy. Oh man. So live as a cat forever. For too long. Never go back to being human, so the cat in your body tells. Not a cat who wants to be human. Cats can switch, but they can go back. If they stay too long. The same thing happened in Return of the Cat. There's an instance where it's like, we need to get back to the human world, or else, you know, the main girl stays a cat forever and ever type stuff, yeah. It must be some sort of like Japanese mythos type style thing. Ah, okay. Happy ending. Yeah, yeah. That's good. He was like, you don't have to be a cat for me. Oh, that's so weird. Practicing talking about the things that you care about with cats. That's wild. Let's see if I can draw this paw. Well, that's good. That is weird though. So she would, during the day, be human and kind of just be around, I guess, right? And then she was like witnessing his nature when he's like out with people, I guess, out in the world. And then yeah, man, turning into a cat and spying on him at his home. Yeah, that's, I don't know about that. That's, you know what I mean? Because she finds out he confides in cats, but she doesn't run away. Like, and then as a matter of fact, like she like fesses up to the whole thing. Man, that's crazy. I never heard of that movie, A Whisker Away. Please tell me it's animated. Please tell me it's like an anime
that's funny.
There we go. It actually got like a side shot of a character standing, or of a cat standing. So like this is what I've been looking for. And the cat has a crazy coat too. That kind of works. What's that?
Where are we at? Where are we at with all this? Huh. Now why doesn't that want to play? Hmm. Let me see. Go. But let's. Oh no, it's not this one. Where are we at? This one. Oh, you just not. It just don't want to work for me. Okay. Hmm. Well, here we go.
Stop wobbling. Wow. Okay. I mean, if he's talking to cats that much, like if he's talking to cats so much that, you know, a girl that likes him is just like, he's always talking to cats. Like, so much so she's like, I'm gonna be a cat. So you can talk to me. Nah, super cool. You know what I mean? A for effort and all that. For the girl. Yeah, I like this. See, now if only I can get this cat from like all sort of like angles and poses. That would be ideal. Just cause, you know what I mean? Like the way that the coat's fitting on him. Super cool. It's not like complex at all. But no, that's cool, man. It's like someone's out there for everybody. Like he's all talking to cats and she's with it. Man, it's like a beautiful thing. But yeah, I could see how the drama would unfold of the whole deceitful thing. And how like he would react to that. He'd be like, oh my god. You know what I mean? Like looking at it, like thinking about it from his perspective. Would have felt like violated. I would have never said those things. Wait, which cat were you? Let me stop. Let me stop playing. You know what I mean? It's like a violation because she got to see, like, I guess, you know, I don't know what I'm talking about, but she got to see like his nurturing side if he had to like take care of this cat after school. I mean, I suppose it's not like too bad if she's not going around telling everybody like, oh my god, when I transformed into a cat, he started telling me all sorts of crazy things. You know? I mean, that'd be like a completely different movie at that point, I suppose. You know, it sounds like another type of story where it's like, you know, you find love in all the strangest places. So that's cool. So, you know, he felt violated. He probably made her feel bad. She went to the cat world. She was gonna get stuck as a cat. And he's like, man, she don't deserve to get stuck as a cat. Yeah, there's another cat with a pretty decent pattern. You know, it's pretty simplistic, but it still has like textures to it. And because it's a gray coat, like a medium gray coat, it's picking up the lights and the shades pretty well. Like along with the white fur. It's funny how some of these examples. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like a love movie that I like really like. And if it's anywhere along the lines as like weird or obscure as that one. Like kind of like almost every movie is a love movie. Like even Ghost in the Shell is a love movie, you know what I mean? But it's like all extra sci-fi, extra cybernetic, extra like kind of woo-woo with the robots and the internet space and you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, it's a love movie, you know, it's a love story between this AI that fell in love with Makoto's character and then like having like Bato there, like trying to protect her from this AI thing. I wouldn't say that's like one of my favorite. One of my favorite movies, but I wouldn't say it's one of my favorite love movies. Um, like I talk about Akira all the time on here, like that. There's like a love element in there. Everyone always thinks about like Kaneda and Tetsuo, but you know, there's Kei, and the whole reason why Kaneda's running into all this trouble is because he's chasing Kei. I mean, Kaneda had a girlfriend. You know what I mean? So he already had a girlfriend, but then he goes chasing Kei, and then he gets into all this shenanigans, and then the whole story of like Akira rolls out because of it. But again, I wouldn't one of my favorite movies, but I wouldn't say it's a like one of my favorite love movies. Trying to think. My mind keeps coming to one of my favorite movies ever. Uh, but I don't know if I classify it as a love movie, if like I like it that much. Summer Wars, and the story in that one is like a girl kind of hires this guy, this high school girl hires a classmate for the summer break, summer vacation, to stay with her and her family and pretend to be the boyfriend. So she kind of like, he just takes on the role of the boyfriend for the summer vacation. But then, like, whatever happens in the movie happens, and then all the events lead to, like, they actually, like, fall in love with each other and become boyfriend girlfriend. But the conflict was never really between the two of them. The conflict was elsewhere. That's why I don't know how much of that would be like a love story, like the Whisker Away story. The conflict was directly between the boy and the girl. You know what I mean? The boy realizing that the girl had been deceiving him, and you know what I mean? Him feeling a way about it, but then ultimately being like, you know what? Let me get over that, and then like moving forward, and then even going the extra mile and like saving her. So like Summer Wars is a good one, but I don't know if even that one I would classify it as a love movie, even though like I don't watch too many love movies. You know what I mean? Like there's like the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie with True Lies, and there's the whole under story, the B story of like his failing marriage with Jamie Lee Curtis. You know, love story, but not really because it's an action movie. Dang, this is a good one. What is my favorite love movie? I'm about to go. I'm about. I'm about to go find my DVD collection, my Blu-ray collection, and just start flipping through it and being like, where's a love movie? Please, please, tell me I got one. Akira. Yeah, Akira's good. Akira's worth watching just for the quality of the animation in the first place. You know what I mean? Animation works at like 24 frames a second, 30 frames a second. Nowadays, it's probably like 60 frames in some instances, especially for like heavy CG and like blending CG in with film maybe. But back in those days, Akira would be like top notch to watch just because uh, it was like 30 frames per second, and they shot everything on ones, or they drew the animation on ones, meaning there'd be 30 drawings per second. So the fluidity of the animation was just so crisp, and there was quality in it. It super production. You know what I mean? It's super cost heavy. So you know what I mean? That's why industry never really embraced following that, but it's worth watching just for that. Um, Damn, I'm trying to think of a love movie. Like, I'm even thinking about like Zorro with Antonio Banderas and Catherine Zeta-Jones. I'm like, is that a love movie? I can't even really remember that movie. I am searching my movie database looking for like an actual love movie. But it's like I'm starting to realize like, oh man, I watched so many things not for the love story. Even though there was a love story in it. Oh man. I have a movie that I purchased and I still haven't watched it to this day. I kind of have movies that I just have that I know I'm gonna watch because I hear they're great, and then just the day never comes that I watch them, so they just kind of sit around. I have like Queen and Slim, a movie that came out a few years ago, and I think that one's a love story just because it's like about a girl and boy, and they're trying to like get through whatever their struggle is. I haven't seen the movie, so I don't know. But I feel like, you know what I mean, since the characters are in the title, Queen and Slim, I can imagine Queen is the female character and Slim is the male character, perhaps. And, you know what I mean, a pretty straightforward presentation of like, hey, this is a love movie. But I haven't seen it. Trying to think, war movies, maybe? Man, I was just having a conversation about that movie because we were talking about Paul Walker, and I was like, man, if you want to see Paul Walker when he's young, you could either watch the first Fast and the Furious movie or Into the Blue. And Into the Blue, he had Jessica Alba, and that was something like yeah, even that wasn't really a love story. It kind of was. Starship Troopers. There was a bit of a love triangle in Starship Troopers with Rico, and then the Denise girl, what's her name? Denise Richards, and then the redhead chick. Like there was that love triangle element, but that's a big pew pew alien movie. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean. There was some heavy scenes in there, and a lot of it like kind of delved with. Because it was a bit of like a high school thing, like going from high school into the military sort of movie. Man, I'm trying to think what even happened with the relationships at the end of Starship Troopers. Like, did Rico get back with Denise Richards or not? Dang. I don't know if man, you got me. You got me. You got me. I don't know if I've ever really watched a love movie. Like I've even I can't think of one. That's crazy. See, like I even watched this one movie, really old, like 1964 movie or something like that. It's called The Cincinnati Kid, and it's about gambling, and it's like this kid who gets into gambling, and then you know what I mean, like the whole gambling life and everything like that. And then at the end of the movie, uh, he essentially loses everything. Like you know what I mean? Like he lost everything. His entire life. Like the guy lost everything. But then at the end, like after he loses everything, just the last like minute of the movie, the girl, the love interest, uh, kind of swoops into the scene, and she's there for him and hugs and kisses him and all that other stuff. So it's like, okay, so the story that they gave us was he loses everything but the girl, and the girl shows up for them. And I was watching like the extra features, the special features, behind the scenes and interviews of that movie and everything like that, because that's like the stuff that I do. And they were like, that wasn't in the script. He was supposed to lose everything and the girl, but the director or somebody, the producer, wouldn't allow for that to happen. They're like, we got to give this guy something. So they're like, just throw the girl in at the last second, have him kiss her, cut to black, roll credits. You know what I mean? But that was like a high stakes gambling movie. But there was obviously like love and everything that was like intertwined into it. Oh, what am I thinking? What about like Drive with with uh the nose and the six pack guy? What's his name? Like Drive or Baby Driver, like one of those Drive movies, perhaps. I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, and that's what I'm thinking about too. It's like, man, what I even started thinking about movies that I watched on dates, and I'm like, the only one that kind of comes up is is like Trainwreck, but that was like a comedy, but it was a romantic comedy, but I don't even remember it. And then uh Don John, like that was one. How you gonna end up with an old lady in Don John? Man, you better go with Scarlett Johansson. You know what I'm saying? But oh my God, dang. The the Valentine's romantic movies superseded the relationship. That's crazy. Oh man. Now that's funny. Man. Yeah, because I watched that movie. That was a comedy on a date. You know. Uh, Lego movie, Godzilla. I don't even necessarily watch romantic movies. No girls, no girls have ever really like invited me to go watch the movie with them, because I'm like into movies and I'm into like cinema and television and all that stuff. Because I'm into it, I'm usually the one that's suggesting, if the date is like a movie date or binging a television show date or anything like that. Like, I don't think I've ever dated a girl that was like, I want to go see this with you, and then she was the one who chose the movie. Dang. That'd be interesting if I could find one of those memories. Cause even on dates, I'm not watching romance movies. That's crazy. Y'all continue to watch movies on Valentine's Day even though y'all broke up. Now that's wild. Yeah, pretty much. Man. And then even when I went out, like, yeah, I never, yeah. Dang. What? I seriously need to go, like, break out the DVD Blu-ray collection and see if there's any romance movie. There's gotta be. There's gotta be. That's wild, though. It's wild I can't think of even one. Dang. See, now you got me stuck. Now you got me stuck. Man, I'm like, man. Like, I know I've seen love movies. I just don't know what they're called. For instance, I watched this one movie with this one girl. And it was like one of those wartime movies. Where like, it was like World War I, World War II. It was like one of those war movies. And the story, even though it was only set in the World War II type of time, and it did deal with like the wartime effort and all that stuff, but the movie was about the love. You know what I mean? It was definitely like a chick movie, but I couldn't tell you what it was called. So it's like I got one, but I can't. Oh no. You know, that's funny. Yeah, man. You know, so if you ever got any good love movies to suggest, I'll do my best to look them up. Let me actually look at my digital catalog, since I could actually pull that up right here. Because now it's starting to bother me. And it's not bothering me too much, because it's like I'm into movies and cinema and all that stuff, but I'm more into like action and animation and things like that. You know, like everything that I'm working on, like this study is going towards characters that I'm working on in the background right now. But everything that I'm working on, like as far as like the story goes, it's action. You know what I mean? It's like an action show, kind of like like, I don't know, kind of like a Yu Yu Hakusho type of show, you know what I mean? Alright, I am going to flip through my movies, and I am going to see, there better be one love movie in there. Machete, Aliens, Apocalypto, that, you know, man's trying to get back to his family. The man's trying to get back to his wife and his kid, and his wife is pregnant. His whole focus is love. But it's a messed up movie, okay? Apocalypto is kind of there. That's a good movie. If you haven't seen it, definitely check out Apocalypto, man. I was so glad to be able to get this digitally, because of it was like difficult to get for a long time. Okay, I got Beauty and the Beast. You know what I mean? Disney movie is kind of cheating, but I got the, you know, I think it was, yeah, because I got the Blu-ray, so it came with the digital. Scott Pilgrim, you know what I mean? Scott Pilgrim's something like a love story, since it's the whole focus on whatever, you know, whatever her name is. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's action. James Bond. Huh. I got the whole collection of the Daniel Craig James Bond stuff. That's interesting. That's an interesting dive into love and duty. And duty. You know what I mean? Because, yeah, let me click on it so maybe it'll show me all the movies. Really? It's only 5 movies? It's only 5 movies. Really? I thought there was like 7 of them. Casino Royale, Quantum of Solace, Skyfall, Spectre, No Time to Die. So, what's interesting about the Daniel Craig, James Bond stuff, you know, thinking about it in the sense of not like spy espionage action, but thinking about it in I've seen Titanic. All right. You know, the boat took the boat in that movie. But yeah, Titanic's a little, you know, I'll allow it. Okay, but Daniel Craig, let me make an argument. that I watched some love movies. So Casino Royale kind of like had you know, it's the beginning, it's him and everything like that. He gets sent on a mission, and then he's sent on a mission with a girl, and I really gotta go back and watch these movies. That's why I bought them. But yeah, the girl, you know, spoiler alert to a however many years old movie, the girl ends up dying, but it's a little bittersweet that she ends up dying at the end of the first movie, or at the end of Casino Royale, because she was like a double agent or something like that. You know what I mean? The whole spy espionage world theme thing. And he goes to save her. And if I'm remembering it correctly, she chose to die. She chose to like, nah, I'm not worth saving. Like, it was something like that. And she chose to die because even though he was there struggling to save her at the end of the movie, and because she chose to die, like, he lost her. And you know, it was like the beginning of Bond. He had that love scar on him. And then that's why, you know, James Bond being like the lady romancer, can hook up with all the women, all that stuff. Like, in the following movies, in all the sequels, you know, he's James Bond, he does his James Bond thing. There's always a Bond girl in every movie or two, and then there's always like just like the nothing girls that you only see them, they don't even have dialogue or lines. He just like wakes up next to him and then like throws him out, or he'll leave. But a lot of what the sequels do is they actually call back to the prior movies, because they're calling back to Bond's professional career. So in his professional career, like, even though he lost a girl, that an agent that he was working with, that he fell in love with, and she chose to die, like, they put that blame on him, and they put that reminder on him of like, yeah, you failed. You lost that girl. And we're almost certain that you were really, really, really in love with her. Like, like those movies like throw that in his face. Like the bad guys do. They're so villainous. And um you know, with all the espionage stuff aside, that inner turmoil, the inner conflict, that inner never being able to love anyone again sort of thing that's in his character in all of the movies after the first one, after Casino Royale. You know, it could be like a statement towards like that loss of love thing, and it's still like a love themed movie or a romance themed movie, because he's not even carrying a torch for this dead person, but he's just like he's done with romance, he's done with love, you know what I mean, because of what happened. He kind of got it, kind of lost it, and he kind of moved on. And you know, having it those constant reminders all the time, just always bringing him back and keeping him there, and with that mental of like, it's like, yeah, I did lose her. Like, it's a bit of a commentary on love at the very least, you know what I mean? And if you haven't seen those movies, definitely check out the Daniel Craig, you know, Bond series. You know what I mean? Even Quantum of Solace. I don't care what anyone says. I rewatched that movie. It's good and bad, but it, you know what I mean? Like, it's doable. Especially if you've never seen it before. Definitely watch it at least one time. And if you don't know, Quantum of Solace is seen as like the worst one. And you know what I mean? But four out of 5 bangers, that's not bad. Four out of 5 bangers ain't bad. You know, Skyfall is so good. Skyfall is so good. And then there's the song, of course, right? And then Spectre is like very interesting. And then the No Time to Die is like, it's the last movie that he did as Bond, and even that movie like wraps up that love conundrum that he was kind of going through throughout the entire series of movies. I mean, what years did these come out? Casino Royale was 2006. No Time to Die was 2021. 15 years. So he played this role for 15 years. That's why I thought there was like 7 movies. So for 15 years, we're following this guy kind of carry this torch for the girl that he lost in the first movie, and then the last movie there's like a bit of a bow wrapped, you know what I mean, to wrap it all up together and everything like that. And yeah, I mean, I can make the argument that all of it was a love story, you know what I mean, albeit one with Bond having loved and lost, rather than you know what I mean, like gets the girl in the end, like Cincinnati Kid or like a Whisker Away. You know what I mean? It's just a romance movie that follows the like what happens after love type of thing. And then there's like spy, action, espionage, and all that good stuff. You know, like that's cool. All right. So I'm putting Bond in there. I got 5. 5. Titanic, call it 6. Alita Battle Angel. It's something of a love movie. You know what I mean? With homegirl in love with what's his name, and then he, you know what I mean? What ends up happening to him happens to him. Wrath of Man, Reign of Fire, no. Judge Dredd, no. Demolition Man, not really. Big Trouble Little China, no. Gangs in New York, kinda not really. Meet Joe Black, nah. Tarzan loved Jane, but I don't know. King Arthur, they tried to make a little bit of a love movie in that one with the little magic girl. Mars Attacks, with Pierce Brosnan falling in love with the girl, Sex and the City girl, Sarah Jessica Parker. There was that whole love story thread in that movie. American Gangster, Devil's Advocate, No, Lincoln, Darkest Hour, Vice, Get Out, Brightburn, nah. American Werewolf in London, nah. Logan, nah. Okay, I got Paprika. I never seen it. That's another one that I was like, I know this is a good movie. I've never watched it. And I know it deals with an idol girl or something like that. That might be a love movie. Maybe I cut the string short and just put it on. You know what I mean? Weathering with You or Your Name. I have seen Your Name. Your Name is a good one. Weathering with You, that's the new one. And I think that's the same director that did Summer Wars, the one that I was talking about. Weathering with You. I think Summer Wars was the movie that director did before Your Name and Weathering with You, because I remember seeing commercials and trailers for Weathering with You, and I was like, oh, it looks like Your Name. I kind of don't remember Your Name, but it was like the boy and the girl, and they kept switching bodies back and forth day to day, and then there was like a time break between them as well, and they had to kind of save themselves from a meteor strike or a volcanic eruption or something. And then somehow, at the end of the movie, they all, they kind of ran and met up, and they, you know what I mean, finally met each other instead of being in each other's bodies and all that stuff. They were finally able to meet up face to face. Yeah, that's a beautiful, beautiful movie. Violet Evergarden, never watched it. But you have to watch the anime and movies. I only remember Skyfall from James Bond. Yeah, and it's probably because of the song, you know what I mean? Adele's crushing that song. But yeah, Skyfall's good. I think what made Skyfall interesting is because Skyfall is James Bond's real last name. James Bond is his adopted secret agent name. They, you know what I mean, becomes his official name, and in life and living and all that stuff. But his original family name was Skyfall, and that's why the movie takes place at the end in Skyfall Ranch. And, that's where his family was, but he has no family left. You know what I mean? The ranch is abandoned. The only people that are there are the caretakers that were left behind, which is 2 of them, or something like that. You know what I mean? Skyfall's great movie. And then the bad guy is super cool in it too. But that guy, I can't pronounce his name, but he's in the Dune movies now and stuff. the Dune movies are supposed to be like a love story, but not so much, you know what I mean, between Paul and Chani, because there's always that the weird relationship thing with Paul and the Empress and all that other. I don't know if they got into that in the movies yet. I don't want to spoil nothing. But yeah, Weathering with You. That was one I haven't seen yet. I figure that's one that I'll just randomly see one day. You know? It's yeah, the Violet Evergarden series. Is that the one that I think I might have watched a little bit of and never finished it? Is that the one with the female character post-war? Like she's a soldier, but it's after the war, and she becomes a librarian or something like that. And then she meets a dude, or she finds like an old comrade from the war, and it's a dude who's like kind of like down and out or something like that. Is that the Violet Evergarden stuff, or am I getting that confused with another anime that's probably something like Violet Evergarden? And I wasn't aware that it's a series and movies. I wasn't aware of that. I thought it was only just like one or the other. But yeah, I remember I watched it because it was a good looking series, but then, it wasn't much action. And me being like the whole action thing. You know what I mean? Like that being my whole meat and potatoes over here. I think that might have been why I stopped. That's it, right? That's the one. She's the old soldier. Yeah. I think that one just got me sad. And I can't remember why, if it was her or the male character, but it just gets me sad. It's a very subtle show. You know what I mean? You kind of gotta really have the time to just sit and let it, let yourself get enraptured into that world. But yeah, that it's a similar setting to like the one that I was telling you about that I can't remember the title of, that I watched with somebody, that it was like a wartime type of love story that was specifically for like the main character was a girl, but she had like the love interest dude, and it followed the two of them, and it was like them being separated, but then I think they come together at the end. You know what I mean? But then by the time they come together in the end, they're both like so different people that they're not the people that they fell in love with. You know what I mean? I think it might have been like a commentary on how war changes people. You know what I mean? Something like that. But yeah, it's yeah. So I saw Violet Evergarden, and I just don't know if I ever saw the whole thing. I just remember it was very slow, not in a bad way. You know what I mean? But it was very. it was very, not much happened, and when something did happen, it was probably sad. You know what I mean? And I'm not even like I'm not even like picking on it like it's a bad thing. Like it was beautifully done. It was so well done that I had to be like, ah, like it was like pulling me in. You know what I mean? Hitting me in the feels. And it's like, nah, don't do that. Yeah, I definitely need to go watch Casino Royale again. That movie's so good. You know, now that the Bond movies are like over, and you know, Daniel Craig's never coming back as our Bond. Like I've already done it once where I like returned to those movies and watched them all kind of like back to back almost. I definitely need to do that again. And probably try to watch it from a different perspective, not from like the action espionage and the camera angles and how good the lighting and the sets are. You know what I mean? Like I watch movies for all sorts of different things, but I actually just sit there and watch it from the perspective of that love interest, because they do, like I said, the bad guys do harp on it. You know, in the future movies. Or in the sequels and all that stuff. I need to drink some water, yo. That's not a bad looking cat head. I knew I was gonna like drawing that one. Let's see, what do I got? What do I got next? There you go. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I can watch or find the trailer. Oh, you know what? You know what movie I was watching? Not really, but it was on. Dang. Was A Corpse Bride. Yeah, I ran out of water, ran out of voice. But I was watching A Corpse Bride, but that one's also pretty straightforward. Like that's a love movie. I've seen that one. It's another something like a Disney movie that's kind of like a cheat, but yeah. A Whisker Away. I want to see if I could like watch the trailer to it on this. Nah, they don't have it. Dang. I would have added it to my wish list, but it doesn't look like it's like available for digital. Dang. No, but it is giving me a bunch of romance movies though. But it's not giving me the movie. Dang, that sucks. Alright. And then what was the other one? Your Name. I might own Your Name, honestly. I might actually have that one. But the other one was, what's it called? Weathering with You. Weathering with You, English dub. Oh, dang. Yeah, I'll just throw that one in the old wish list. Oh, it's already in there. Look at that. Man, look at me already putting movies in the wish list, man. Come on. See, I'm on the level, yo. Alright, let's draw this next cat. What are we drawing here? I think it's another Siamese cat. And see, like this cat's different. It's got like this long face. Yeah, this cat almost looks like a dog. I'm not gonna lie though, these Siamese cats do have like an anatomical structure and a coat that's like well designed for studying. It's pretty cool. Maybe that's the I think that might be a little too specific to be searching. Siamese cats on hind legs. Let's keep going. Let's see. Like, I don't know if John Wick is that much of a love movie, because I mean that's another one. It's like really high action, but it deals with the constant reminder of his, of his wife and the dog. You know what I mean? They just keep bringing them back to that moment. But yeah, like, I don't know. I'm starting to think that 007 did it a little bit more romantically than John Wick. Yeah, then I got a bunch of Tarantino movies, animation movies. You know what I mean? Action movies, superhero movies. Django's something like a love movie. I mean, that whole movie is just about him getting his wife back. Yeah, this cat just totally looks like a dog. Like, this looks like Ein from Cowboy Bebop. So I'm like, yeah, it's kind of like pretty much what this cat looks like. Man, I don't talk about the thing that I'm working on that much, like as far as like getting into detail about the story and all that stuff. But since we're on the subject of like love stories and love movies and romance and all that stuff, like I do have that element in the story, and it's actually one of the bigger, obviously it's like one of the bigger like story elements, plot elements, and things like that. And it was funny. What's funny about the romantic side of the story, and I haven't talked about anything about the story really. What's funny about the romantic side was it was always meant to be there, like when I started writing, and then just like as an artist, like these things come to you sometimes. I say it as an artist because like I'm always drawing. Even though I started writing, I don't really consider myself a writer, but it was like how things come to me when I'm an artist. Like I'll just be doing anything and then boom, like lightning strikes, and then I have that idea, and I'm like, oh, that's the perfect thing that I needed for all of this. Uh, that happened to me with writing, and it doesn't really happen ever. Like, the writing that I do is forced, isn't really the right word, but it's like, it's definitely meditated upon, and you know what I mean, remeditated upon, and it's definitely something that I like have to like heavily consider. Um, and then I just like write and move forward, and I let things be. You know what I mean? And if I don't have all the information just yet, you know what I mean, I just keep moving. And then eventually the information comes to me, but it doesn't really come to me like an artist. But the love story element, the love plot and all that stuff, it came to me like how the art ideas come to me. And it was so interesting because I still remember it to this day, to this second. Like it's still the perfect thing. And I was just like, it wasn't there before, like at all. Like as far as like that idea, that concept, like where it goes, what it leads to, like how am I actually gonna pull this off, sort of thing. And then one day, and this was, a year ago, uh, I was listening to Purple Rain, of all things, Prince's Purple Rain, and just out of nowhere, the idea just said, "Bam!" Like it was just, here it is. This is what you needed. It has nothing to do with Purple Rain. You know what I mean? But it was from listening to that song, and because of the song, it's like I'll never forget that idea now. And it's like, oh my god, it it was it was perfect. So with that said, with everything like talking about all this love story stuff, I do actually include it in the story that I'm working on, and it's like major. And then after that one idea hit me, and I was like, oh, it was perfect. It's perfection. And I was like, I got it. I got it. I got everything. I got everything. So yeah, the writing is starting to rub off. You know what I mean? Like the writing is starting to like as a practice is starting to be like become something that, you know what I mean? Like I never knew writing could become. Like even though I like studied writing for some years, like it was still just like a subject matter that had like facts to be studied and examples to be studied and other professionals with careers to be studied. Like it was just a thing. But now that I've actually been putting it in practice and implementing it and doing all these things, it, alongside with the art, like to have that one moment where like the writing hit me like how the art hits me. I'm like, oh, super cool, you know. It only happened once. It was like a year ago. It hasn't happened since. I'm nowhere. I don't think I'm anywhere near it happening again. But yeah, it was pretty profound because as much as I'm into the whole action thing, growing up, I my dad helped me realize that every movie is a love story, just like all the examples that I used tonight, where I was like naming off a list of movies, and then like even though it's this kind of movie, there's still this love element in it. You know what I mean? So like my dad, growing up, like kind of taught me like every movie's a love movie. That's why the Cincinnati Kid is something that I'll never forget, because I always thought that was funny, that he lost everything but still gets the girl in the end. And watching the special features, and they're like, that wasn't supposed to happen. Like, he was supposed to lose the girl too. They just, the producer wouldn't allow it or something. And the writer was pissed. Like, even then, it's like, yeah, there's always a love story. And that's like the one thing that I'm certain of with everything that I'm working on. Even though it's like monsters and action, it's like I know that I have one solid thing in the story for sure. And I love it. Because it was like, once I had that figured out, I was like, everything else is like easy pickings at this point. Now I could just have fun with everything else because I have a landing pad now. Wait, you know what? Speaking of Purple Rain's a love movie, ain't it? I was so busy thinking about it as a Prince movie. Just because Prince is in it. But yeah, that whole thing's about love, ain't it? That's like a whole romance thing. Huh. There we go, added to the list. I got like what, like 7, 8 love movies under my belt? That's what's up, yo. See, now I'm in the mood to just sit back and watch a movie, thinking about all these movies. I'm kind of like, what am I drawing cats for? Screw it, we got a page. We got a page in. I think I'll just let it chill for now because I'm not getting what I was looking for from this study. You know? I mean, it's super cool drawing cats, but yeah, I'm not getting what I was looking for. It's crazy. I mean, I got some information and it's super cool. And I like it. But I wonder if it's just just a matter of having to draw these things. I really have to like play it up. 'Cause yeah, man, the jaw thing is really throwing me off. wonder if that's just like a side effect of domestication, that the jaws got smaller. Oh.
So awesome. I wonder if they got more of this cat. It looks like it.
Like this one here that I
I like drawing. But maybe this photographer has whatever.
Cause yeah, it's like the best. Like the photographer that took the picture of this reference here, that was definitely like the best picture. Just cause it's like, you know, professionally lit. So even though the cat is like fuzzy and has a pattern and has like 2-3 light sources, it's still you know, digestible, readable.
Let's do this.
Probably draw some twofers here. Didn't that last Bond movie take forever to make? That's why it was like 15 years. Oh hey, I own your name. Yeah, I have your name right here. It's probably when I watched it. It's when I bought it. Oh, you know what? and I got the Rurouni Kenshin live action movies. Look at them sitting right next to the Purple Rain movie. The Rurouni Kenshin movies are something like a love story between Kenshin and Kaoru. I'll allow it. You know, considering the story of Kenshin, and I mean we were talking about uh James Bond, how he fell in love with the girl, she died, so he like kind of has that love wound that won't allow him to like really fall in love again. Just like we were drawing parallels between Kiryu and Penguin, you know, there's a parallel to be had between James Bond and Rurouni Kenshin. You know what I'm saying? You know, speaking of Daniel Craig's James Bond, you know, the love and loss, and then all the loves after that, never amounting anything until the end of the last movie, where, you know what I mean, like story-wise it made sense, but like realistically, it was kind of pretty fantastic, pretty, you know, pretty like forced fiction type of give the character closure type of narrative, where, you know what, comparing Rurouni Kenshin to Daniel Craig James Bond, you think about Rurouni, and I'm thinking more of the anime and the movies, like the Samurai X movies and the Rurouni Kenshin series, as well as you know, how the animated movies ended and everything like that. So like spoiler alert for however many years old anime movies, but Samurai X is the story of Kenshin Imura before the Rurouni Kenshin series takes off. And it's kind of like him when he was younger and became the Batosai and all that other stuff, right? Here we go. And in that movie, much like James Bond, he was given a mission, and in that mission he was supposed to, you know, just shack up with a girl and lay low. That was kind of like his mission somewhere along in the story. You know, just shack up with this girl, lay low for a while, let the heat die down, yada yada yada, right? And then it was through shacking up with her that he began to fall in love with her. You know what I mean? Like, they shacked up for years, and they were pretending to be this like couple, even though he was like, you know, an assassin, and she was like a geisha turned. Well, I mean, her story is actually a little bit more complex than that, but you know, he was an assassin, and she was just like kind of playing his wife for a little bit. But what ultimately ended up happening was he actually fell in love with her. And then at the end of the story, she dies. Just like at the end of Casino Royale, Bond loses the girl, where, you know, the girl, if I'm remembering it correctly, she chose to die, and Bond failed to save her. And same thing happens with Samurai X, or with the Batosai. He falls in love with this girl, and he goes to save her, and then she ultimately chose to die. And you know what I mean? And then that played into the cross-shaped scar that he received before the Rurouni Kenshin series takes place. And then once that series takes off, that's when he meets Kaoru. And you know what I mean? The Batosa is this living legend of an assassin. And Rurouni Kenshin's like something like a goofball, you know? And the romantic story there is actually really interesting with between Kaoru and Kenshin. But it gets like even more interesting in you know, towards the end of the Samurai X movies, where they tell the story of what happens after the Rurouni Kenshin movie. Now we have the live action movies. I bought them. They're that good. I love Shusui or Shishio. Yeah, Shishio. In the live action movies is so good. So the live action movies kind of cover the same story as well of like what happens to Kenshin after the Rurouni Kenshin series anime. And yeah, it's a dark story. I'm drawing these things way too big. Man, what's going on? I need to get the envelope right. Here, let me just kind of get this, get that. Yeah, it's because I drew that too big. See, this is why I need to do the anatomy study. Okay. This is exactly why I needed to do this study. Okay. So, what happens is, like, Kenshin gets old and he gets sick overseas, and he loses his memory from the sickness that he has, and he's kind of like lost his memories. And even more sad is he lost his memories of Kaoru, and he's overseas, so it's not even like Kaoru could be there to constantly remind him, you know what I mean, that she's there and all that stuff. Like, he's kind of like just completely mentally gone. And you know, Sanosuke goes and kind of finds him, rescues him, picks him up, takes him back to Kaoru's dojo, you know what I mean, where they kind of live together. And they don't get that much time together. Like, him and Kaoru get reunited, and in the little bit of time that they had, he was actually able to fall in love again. And that's like the difference between like Rurouni Kenshin and like James Bond, for instance, Daniel Craig's James Bond specifically, where seemingly Daniel Craig's character could never fall in love again, despite the opportunities and everything that happened. I don't think he ever fell in love again. I mean, I don't know how much of that is up for interpretation or whatever. But yeah, Rurouni Kenshin, he was able to do that. And I mean, honestly, even fall in love with Kaoru more so than he did for the first chick that died in the Samurai X series that ended up giving him that cross-shaped scar. You know what I mean? Only reason why I say that is because he actually ended up giving Kaoru his original name before his sword sensei master gave him the Kenshin name. You know, when Kenshin was a little boy, I think he was a slave or something, and him and his whole village and like the women, when he was a child, everyone got like captured and enslaved and stuff, and his name back then was Shinta. No one knows that besides his sword master. And then like Kaoru was able to like get that information out of him. So I mean, that's like, those are like two really good examples of like romance, love and loss, and where one wasn't able to love again, another one was. I guess Bond ended up having that kid, I think he ended up having a kid, something like that, like a daughter or something. And then so did Kenshin. You know, both of them still ended up having kids and stuff. But did the girl that had Bond's kid ever find out that his last name was Skyfall? I'm not sure. Dang, you're not even seeing the full cat. Okay, so apparently these photographs were taken for the Discovery Channel. Oh, snap. There's a lot of them. See, this is what I needed. This is what I needed the entire time. Was just these photographs. That's what's up. I got a whole bunch of different cats, different furs, styles, but all doing all standing up, well lit, all sorts of different coats, patterns, and whatever. That's what's up. there's definitely going to be a way to simplify all this. I just needed a proper source. I wonder if I need to like save these images, or this is usually I would save these images and then never revisit them. Or I'll just never find them again. I don't know. I was able to find them yesterday and again today, so hopefully I can find these images again, because it seems like this photographer has an entire series of cats that he took pictures of. I just wish there were like some side pictures and back pictures, you know? They're all from the front. Because yeah, once I can get this design stuff done, then I can streamline it and then, you know, draw it like really quickly, as opposed to really slowly. Because it is taking forever to draw this stuff. Hey, this might be the last one I work on tonight, honestly. That's the thing about studying, man. It's taxes the brain. And all this movie talk just kind of got me in the mood to just sit back and watch a movie. I wonder if I'll watch like Paprika or something after I get done drawing this. I need to watch something. I need to watch something new. I already saw Paprika. Yeah, that's when everything gets trippy and starts breaking apart and stuff. Damn, what else do I have that I haven't seen? Ooh. I still never seen Arietti. That one's been sitting there for a minute. Man, this cat has the funkiest pattern. There's just like no rhyme or reason to it all. That's why that looks so weird. Okay. I wonder if this is like a really old cat or something. You got some like stray hairs and whiskers coming off of it like crazy. Yeah, I guess I'll call it at that. I'm in a movie watching mood, yo. What's going on? So that's gonna do it for this one, man. I want to thank everyone for stopping by. Thanks again, Pixel, for chatting it up. Got some good subjects in. What we talk about? Penguin Yakuza, Rurouni Kenshin, 007. Yeah, interesting stuff, man. Anyways, um, yeah, I'm G Mr. Drew. It's at G Mr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. GMrDrew.org, the website's right there. Check it out. Links to everywhere there. Merch stores. Always got a sale going on, especially with Halloween right around the corner. Like, it's definitely gonna be a Halloween sale going on, so check those out. And then yeah, Patreon, if you're interested in seeing me draw anything you want me to draw, paint anything for you, yeah, check out the Patreon. Or you could just support me starting at $1 a month. Still get a little bit of insight into the story that I'm working on. Like I was talking about earlier tonight, I'm working and writing on something. And yeah, Patreon is where I kind of share that stuff. And yeah, a whole bunch of other things. Outside of that, love y'all. Peace.